Hey everybody, this is Malgazer returning with another installment in the Final Fantasy XIV playthrough. Today we're going to go ahead and do the Crystal Tower as much as possible. I was reading what the requirements to get into the expansion, and it indicates that with the updates to the quests, where they cut out a bunch of content, they now require the Crystal Tower to be one of the many things that you actually have to complete. I'm not at the point where I need to complete it yet, but if we just get it done ahead of time, then once we get that far into the main scenario quests, we will not have to worry about taking a detour then. So let us go ahead and get this started. So the first quest here, Legacy of Alleg. An oddly garbed visitor informs you of our opportunity to uncover wisdom of the ancients. So we need to talk to Rambros. And he's over here at this little town. There's the Crystal Tower there. Basically, when I was reading this, the Crystal Tower has a lot of, if not entire, references to Final Fantasy III, which is one of the few that I have not played. So it's always interesting to see how that goes. There's a Chocobo keep over here. Did I not get him yet? Come on, everyone, load up. Okay, perfect. And I don't have enough poetics to do the next one. This one we'll go ahead and read along. Excuse me. Why, if it isn't Malgazer Earthbiter himself, I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? Explain. You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb. Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest anthropogeographical endeavor. That's a big word. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization, but that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture you have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or uncautious adventurer could very well find himself on an unplanned and, unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. And I got to nod. Now the first. I thought that was you. Sid, what brings you to St. Quenex? Don't tell me the Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low on apparently insuperable foe, yes? No? I see you two are already acquainted. That is well. Master Garland, our intrepid hero here, caught wind of a forthcoming expedition and has kindly pledged to assist us. He has he? Glad to have you aboard, Malgazer. You don't have to be the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. That's a good spot to begin. The sons of St. Quenex are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allegan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. But I know that, look, in the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allegan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Neurotil Scava simply awoke it. I mention this by way of reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allegan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter. Here on Mordona, there stands an entire Allegan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon and the Lesser Moon Dalamud before it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and, above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plain, I have no wish to see another megalomaniacal legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground, but like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues carved into likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the sons are wont to call them, as a first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in the airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy the statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill-suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Malchazar, but I can think of no finer man for the task. Thanks, Rambros. If I didn't know better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. There is much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. Alright, let's get in. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defensive mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analyses, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the Beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the Beast Tribe's strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for Lenosia, where the sap's spawning grounds and Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastmen's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. Whatever you do, please be careful. Okay, so I need to get earth and water first, so let's go... let's start here. I wonder if they changed it, because if I remember, because I've done this a couple times before, they used to have it where you had to do fates, a specific fate, and sometimes you had to wait around for it in order to get the crystal. But they may have changed it, so let us find out. Because if they made it so you can just go get the crystal, it would save a lot of time. Getting into the raid itself is kind of a chore. But I enjoy it because is walking into a raid just directly sometimes. This doesn't make any sense. There you go. Here's the entrance. Okay, nothing guarding it. No special anything. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna go help with this one. I'm gonna get some company seals. That's what I'm here for. That's not what I'm here for, but that's what I'm gonna help with. Level sync. Gunbreaker right there. Alright, so we need to wait for one more dude to show up. There he is. Did I get a gold? Yes, I did. Ah. Something to actually turn into the beast tribes if I want rep. And 264 storm seals. Not too shabby. And it didn't take too long either. That's... Really? Like I said, if they knocked that down quest-wise, or what it takes to get these things, then that's a pretty significant upgrade, and that's awesome. Who's doing this one? Is anybody doing this one? It's already 50% done, so I might as well help out. I synced, right? Yeah. And success. Got another gold, 235. Not bad, not bad. I think I can be like 6,000 or whatever it is. Titan's Anger. Yeah, throw a bomb. So, easy peasy, man. Full Metal Alchemist. Come on, all the sounds catching up. How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman's strongholds. Here's the flawless earth and flawless water. So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I've seen countless specimens from I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Malchezair. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zahark, the war camp of the Amalja and Thanalan, the latter in Nantalan, the roost of the Ixal, and the hills of Kurthus. You could expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. Let's get. Let's do this one first. Once I actually finish the mission to actually step in, then I'll know for sure if they actually shortened it up. It certainly feels like it's so far that they've made it a lot easier. To get these things, you don't have to like wait for those specific fates anymore. Nice, I don't have to go all the way in either. Surprised he didn't want to fight me. I am 6 levels above him, but still. Okay. Next is Kurthus. Oh, really? He hit me just as I was about to teleport. What a jerk. The fun part is if I can get in, is waiting for the cues, even as a tank. And everyone's going to expect you to know what to do, even though I do not. It's been quite a while. I do know that the way the raids are set up, especially the Alliance raids, where you have 3 full parties for a total of 24 people, is you stick with your full party. And you like split up into 3 different groups, essentially, and work together to do stuff. A sky collar. Miss? What am I missing? Alright, so now I can turn it in because I have the check mark. Perfect. I wish your chocobo got experience even when you're in dungeons, but I understand why not. It just kind of sucks that you have to actually do a lot of things on the outside. Alright, here we go. Malgazir, it's good to see you. Tell me, were we able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastmen? Wonderful. With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there's another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little of use to us in their present form. If you are to reflect the elemental force of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again. If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just call them what they call them one substance, namely aether sand, which has 4 elementally aspected varieties. Alas, aether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it was used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed like the likeliest place to purchase the quantity you require. When I contacted the Guildmaster, however, I was informed that no aether sand was currently available. Though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in, I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention at this point that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring aether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man, but I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when we next meet, you'll have at least found one of the 4 varieties of aether sand we require. Okay. Let's go to Ul'dah. Come on. Goldsmith's Guild. Perfect. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, Master Earthbiter. Welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? Bulging gill pouch. You here on behalf of the Sons of St. Quinac? What fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambros with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected aether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can acquire the other 3 varieties, but you are welcome to settle accounts for which we have now. Pray speak with Jemima over... Oh, I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Biggs. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the aether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man could do without a midday meal for a year or two. Malcazar, it's been too long. What brings you here then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well, now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gills clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no, you're here for the Bluminaether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the elegant civilization is a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else, see? Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of aether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you, lad. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation, if not by technologically innovating, eh? While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this gentleman is a representative of the organization that reserved the aether sand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that his purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that, is it? All right, this batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or two. Now then, from what you told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected aether sand as well, right? Then rather than sitting here on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time may be better spent looking for the stuff yourself. And it just so happens that I know of a good place to start. There happens to be a peddler in northern Thanland who, very occasionally, handles the earth aspected variety of aether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was joking when he volunteered to go to Thanland without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog, and you find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Alright, let's go to Blue Fog. Moldona. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave is the squat, silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, it's no stirring epic. But as you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandit's stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were woken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I've not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in this old Amagina mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. You're a horrible adventurer. I was just checking to see if any fates were at least halfway or partially done. That way I could jump in and get some credit. Wedge! I'm going to aid him by hovering my hand over his face. How could I be so stupid sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's just not the sort of thing I do. And now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Malcazer, is it really you? But how'd you find me? Can you smell fear? Actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen aether sand, which Biggs and I needed for our research, as it happens. It was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and never very near the fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away, and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes, and what looked like very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen aether sand is right here in my oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. I'll get it for you. You'll find the aether sand in my stead? Oh, thank the gods. You're a true friend, Malcazer. I hope the search doesn't prove too troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. I guess we'll do this. Someone went ahead and started it. Oh dang, they're all over there. I got silver for that. Okay, I guess it's a continuation fate. There's several pieces to it. All right, well, where are they? There's a whole bunch just chilling over here. Ninja. Cool. Got a gold on that and a challenge complete. 280,000 experience points just for completing the challenge. Wunderbar. All right. Earth cradled aether sand. There more to this piece? Yep. This guy has quite a lot of health. I don't think this one was designed for a group of people. We'll be fine. I'm not losing that much health. I'm almost... Paralysis. She has quite the health too. Nope. Immune to stun. And finished. Nice. Is that it? Probably not. The end. Hey look, it's the song that keeps getting copyright claimed by a company that has nothing to do with it. Aww. It keeps dropping my MAD buff. How annoying. Take a slow. Now you can be stunned. Actually, I'm losing health this time. I also have a poison on me. Maybe that's why. Heal me. Oh, you're not a healer. I'm gonna die here. Yep, and it takes you back to the one that you're linked to. So I'm going to try to get back there in time. Come on. Come on. Yes, I know I'm dead. Camp Blue Fog. Hopefully I can get back there in time to save everyone. Okay, come on. I'm not able to get an aggro back. Almost done. Nice. And there was an achievement for that. That one gave me same seals as usual, 200 something. Yep. As much of a pain as that was, it was actually worth it. All right, so I need to go talk to... Hello, Bard. Alright, well, just continue. Have you had any luck locating the Aether Sand? I guess that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're already on a mission to collect Aether Sand? And you're working with the chief? A treasure trove of Allagad knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I might say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right. I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona with the Aether Sand before there are any more little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Malchazar. Sweet. All right, Rambros. Malchazar, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some Aether Sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? Fire-kissed and earth-cradled. I see, 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could possibly be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive my flippancy. You have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer feel death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals. I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7 hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but aether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust in the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You had help from Biggs and Wedge? Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we had any information on where the water and wind aspect types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall soon see if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order, but first let us savor the preliminary victory that Valkazir has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Yes, I must speak of the arrangements I had made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of aether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Charlatan acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania to gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we did not have time to investigate his fate. As I mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out Parsimentret, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where the aether sand might be bought, it is he. Let's hope this doesn't take too long. I think the next one is where we actually get into the raid. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to procure aether sand? My dear fellow, have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of aether sand in these markets for many a long year. I can tell you where one might find the ore from which the water aspect of variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in the place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the Betusk Nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. I hear someone crafting over there. Hulking hog carcass. He's killing other hogs. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently laid here, nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no, you'll never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you'll have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hoped to find is gone, taken by me. Victor has made me magnanimous, however. Accordingly, I have decided to share the information of an alternative source of aether sand with you, the wind-touch variety to be specific. I trust to have your attention? Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. I intend to. There it is. You stunned me. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of aether sand slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feel that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. A kiss. Mwah. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed between the iron feet of the Dullahans. Are you going to leave the water one over there for me? How convenient. Water-blessed aether sand. And return to Rambros. Oh. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into aether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind, until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation to see if you record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. I wonder who it is. Sometimes they're like, that mysterious man over there, and you look at it, and it's like, oh, I know who that is. They're just wearing a mask. I know who gave me the quest. I'm not going to spoil it, though. See if anybody else knows. Is he still standing here? I think he's over here, wasn't he? Nope, I don't see him. Okay. We'll find out soon enough. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? Here's the wind touched and the water blessed. You brought both. I shall have Master Garland begin working on the crystals immediately. I'll take the X potions. There, that should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Malchazir here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's something stopping us from striding up to the Allegan's front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Biggs Wedge, come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allegan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald's look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads. I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they did not understand, and the realm has been dragged onto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's freedom through technology. Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allegan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours. Twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and if needs be, seal away its secrets. Get some nods in there. Why not? A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding will such as yours that have defined the course of history. Who are you? So, you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the Aether's Hand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it. A more capable courier I cannot imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Graha Tia, one of the students of Odessian. I look forward to joining you in your groundbreaking expedition. Graha Tia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. Okay. So then, our fellowship is complete. All stand ready to step into the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the sons of St. Coinut, can we? And we must have memorable appellation if our adventurers leave its mark on the annals of history. I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does technically. But my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Huh. Yeah. Buddies. He's like, whatever. Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves have been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Well, like his sass. The pressing matter of what to call ourselves. Ready. And here we go. Gentlemen, the secrets of ancient Alleg beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambrose, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allegan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we could but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large, lopsided gate found to the southeast. I think we're almost ready to do some actual fighting. Do some raids. The lopsided gate. Ah, fine. I'm gonna kill you. The Crystal Tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take lead for the present. Isn't it just a door? I don't know. It doesn't show. We're here now. Magic. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us that it is, one might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. Well, you can go around it, no matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs you took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Chief, it's too... what if he's wrong? Dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. Yeah, success. I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs. Everyone gets to do one. Everyone except for me, probably. I'll let Wedge have the other one. One more. This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Let Reg do it. I get to do all kinds of fun stuff. What if I step too far forward? Aha, we did it. So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Malchazar and a hand-picked party of his adventuring companions enter the tower. Wait, without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will, but our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the palace is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Malchazar here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it is not as if we shall be idle in his absence. While Malchazar and his companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be invaluable in that endeavor, historian Grahatia. Bah, do you ever tire of being right, old man? Malchazar, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell, and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer if any relics you encountered remain intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Malchazar. It'd be kind of cool if they required all these little like actual raids and things like that for the main scenario quests. Labyrinth of the Ancients, now accessible. This is part 1 of 3. I know. Duty, there's be 24 people, and it'll have a special thing. So now I have it. Might as well stand over here. It's pretty cool. Look at that door. That's cool. Cool entrance. All right, so now I have access to a raid. Let us go. Wait a second. That math isn't right. 9. I mean, it's 24. But I thought it was 6 tanks, 6 healers, and then 12 DPS. They reduce it down. Maybe it's 1 tank per group. Okay. And while I'm waiting, I'm going to do some research. Okay, so the first one is pretty simple. There's going to be The main tank will grab the boss, and then the other tanks will grab the big skeletons, the Platinol, or whatever how you pronounce it. Make sure they keep them away from the boss until the boss dies. Probably gonna be a lot of failure here, but we'll see. All right, here we go. We need one more DPS to click yes. They've probably been waiting for quite a while. Alright, while I'm waiting, I'll read the next one. There's mini bosses. Next fight will be fought separately by each of the 3 alliances. Make sure you go down your alliance's path, that they're very clearly marked. Then you do split among the 2 platforms, 4 on each platform. Then the boss Thanatos. After the mini bosses, you'll fight Thanatos, everyone together. Only one alliance at a time will be able to attack the boss. The alliance is able to attach the boss will receive a tether from the magic pots and a buff that indicates they are transparent. They are the ones that can attack the boss. If anybody else tries to attack them, the boss will be invincible. For the ones that are not transparent, attack and destroy all adds that spawn during the fight. Tanks may need to alternate on who is the main tank, and the fight base on the changes in transparency. Well, of course. Then we got to keep the magic pots alive. And there's another mini boss. There's like 6 encounters here, 6 main encounters. The Visago mini bosses divide each alliance to take on one of the Visagos. No tank should hold more than one. If they are not kept separate, they can potentially wipe the raid, and a wipe is when everybody dies. During the fight, adds will spawn. If you're a DPS, make sure you kill the bomb type enemies ASAP, because if they reach the middle, they will potentially do fatal damage to everyone. Once the Visago adds are destroyed, the bomb in the middle of the room will become targetable. Destroy the bomb in the middle and move to the next level. And then we have the King Behemoth. Throughout the fight, players will be marked with a green marker. They will be hit with a comet. These comets must spread around the platform. Do not place comets directly on the boss's hitbox. Comets can be placed in max melee range or max caster range as far as possible. During the fight, he will cast Meteor. They must stand behind one of the comets in order to avoid the attack. This is a one-shot mechanic that will destroy any players not hiding. Tanks are not able to be go through invulnerable through it. Iron Giants and other adds will spawn during the fight. If the Iron Giants are not destroyed, they will wander around the platform and destroy the comets. Off tank should aggro the Iron Giants and hold them in place for the DPS to burn them down. And then the last fight in this raid, Phlegathon, has one big move to watch out for: Ancient Flare. Each group should take a position ahead of time, usually A on the left, B center, or C on the right. At around 40 to 50% health, he will move to the center and start casting it. Each group needs to immediately move to its assigned platform. Doing this will put up a barrier to block the Ancient Flare attack, which will otherwise cause a wipe. At around 5 to 15%, he'll do it again. During the fight, adds will spawn and should be killed. Okay, so it doesn't sound too bad. I just need to get in. Okay, I can't fly here. Interesting. Looks like this used to be like a path to it, but then we have this teleporter, so there was really no need for it to be a path. Maybe it wasn't. Doesn't look like anything busted off except for over here. Even as a tank, the weight. Ugh. I was in like the top group. We're almost full. Why is it taking so long? All right. Cross the fingers we get in. Come on, everyone. Might have enough poetics after this one to buy another piece, maybe? Oh, come on. See, there we go. That's what had happened the first time. Oh, looking pretty good. One more of each. One more healer, one more DPS. The tanks are full. All right, just one more healer. Yeah, here we go. Time to fail. $24. Look at that. Time to take on some big stuff. The stuff you will always wait for, the end content. This used to be end content for the original game. Okay, I am in Alliance B, as you can see over here. And all my guys are blue. The green ones are from other groups. Nice, you can see, yep. big this place is. It's huge. Everyone's probably so high gear that this is not going to take very long. There's still a lot of things you need to know just to make sure that you do your job. But let's get out of the poison, for one. Poison's gone. So much stuff going on. It's like, what am I doing? Ah. And Pools of Oblivion no longer sealed. I think we're on the first boss now. Boss time. Look at this arena. What are the names? Farron and Kaylee. Alright, Kaylee, you take the boss. I'll keep an eye out for these guys. Maybe we need to keep these guys away from the boss. Or not. Is this it? Nope, more platinals. Yeah, see, that's what happens when the this does a huge AoE when the skeletons get up to the boss. So I got to keep an eye out for more of those guys. There we go. I guess that was the first boss. So I'm in B, so we get to loot from the B coffer. Onion boots. What are you doing over there? we take the shortcut and move on to the next one. It's almost like we have enough. Like, we have the bard and a dancer. They should have the peloton, but no one's using it. So B, which I'm in, will go down the middle. Or not. Where are my healers? Everyone's waiting for us to finish. So Thanatos, this is the one with the this is the one with the magic pot. Yeah, we finished. Moved on. All right, let's do this. So you guys are the ones that take down the boss. The ones that are invisible. And we get to take on ads. Leave the magic pots alone. You're gonna stop the Sandman from getting the magic pot. Oh, look at that. Success. That was easy. Like I said, some of these might be a little bit easier than others just because we have so many people who know what they're doing and are just really, really well geared. Even if they're synced down, they still do more damage than others. Looks like we're on to the Allegan bombs, which is the one with the Vasagos. Each of the tank gets a Vasago, and we have to keep them apart from each other. Gotta jump. Is everyone here? Nope. Nice and marked. Someone put a B on the ground, which is where we need to go. I'm going to focus on what I need to be doing here. Everyone else do what they need to do. I have a poison on me. Desolation? What does that do? Okay, now we're on to the dude. Last dude. For this encounter. Cool. Now we can move on. Defeat the King Behemoth. This is when we're going to have to get behind comets. And kill the Iron Giants who are trying to destroy the comets. Alright, well, you take that. Oh, you got him? Now we gotta get behind a comet, or he goes kaboom and kills everybody. I was behind a comet. Whatever, game. Well, it looks like it might be a wipe, because I don't think there's enough people alive to kill this thing. Stupid. Yeah, so many people died. We would have been done by now. Died anyway. Oh, take two. The comet drops right at the back of the box, and if you're too close to it, even if you're behind a comet, then the meteor will still kill you. How dumb. Iron Giant was also destroying the meteors. Thanks for spoiling the movie. Ridiculous. Alright, who are we missing? Looks like Kaya. What is Kaya? A bard. There we go. Everyone's here. Except for Chrysera. There we go. Look at that, much better. And the giant's dead too. He was the one actually destroying the meteors. Kill the boss. I got this guy. Nice. Excuse me. He's not even the last boss. Cool. There's the last boss. Ancient Flare run to your Alliance's platform. Somebody's like, I hope we wipe here once just for comedic value. I was just there. Why did it take a lot to teleport me? Which teleport? So we're in the back. Cool. Ancient Flare, get on your platform. Where are you going? Ancient Flare. And then when all the Iron Giants are down, Iron Claws as well, then it opens up, and we can beat them up again. And that's it. And that's just part 1 of 3 of these raids. All right, well, success. Oh, I got commendations for that. Very nice. I think you can only accommodate the people that are in your party, not the whole alliance, just the ones in your 8-man group. Which is great. That way, one person isn't getting like 23 commendations in one go, which would be cool. But the highest you can get is 7, which is still really nice. Ho there, Malkazar. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in volumes that are sure to be penned in this historic expedition. The scale of the structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Baldesian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what are the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, they had been Phlegethon. Not Acheron, Phlegethon. He was the hero of the Allagan Revolution. And you glean that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allagan Empire. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allagan's extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Like he couldn't see it in the giant room. Well, well, there it is, the foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't say how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten the path of the maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we've much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Koenig's Fine for the present, and there plan our next step. Lest there be any doubt, our expedition is some way to go yet. Spooky. Leave the 8 sentinels. Yes, please. So good of you to join us, Malkazair. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambrose will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Malkazair. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report and begun compiling a Crystal's Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. Yes, please. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Malkazair's account, the labyrinth's defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, his report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allagan technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth, it has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us. It's like you said, Chief, we founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology is used for the right reasons, and that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. Even though you didn't do anything. Except shoot an arrow. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Malkazair. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one of your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rest from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allagan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time to bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. And there's the guy who gave me the quest. I wonder who it is. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Allegan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. Hehehe, a new toy for me to play with. Dun dun dun. I believe the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. Nero! And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Sid. Do not disappoint me. Apparently there was supposed to be like a pause, and they didn't release all the stuff at the same time. They released it over time, so now it's all available, so I can just plow through it. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there's nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to get set so much as a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower the Allegans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Sid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. I will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Question marks. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are? Random people. Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal. I am Une, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allegan civilization sent by the students of Baldesion to assist in your endeavor. Une and Doga, rather unusual names for this day and age, if I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the students' behest, but we have yet received nary a word of your coming. I am sure you will not take it amiss if we seem somewhat doubtful. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Graha? 'Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, that is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same. You have the Allegan eye as well? This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allegans, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life, I have sought to learn the truth of this manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Alleg. As our Eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldessian when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Une and Doga advisory members of NOAA. Without further ado, let us have them examine the circus tower entrance. I promise you will not have cause to regret your decision. Malkazer, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying 8 sentinels. The 2 of them could show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Malkazer. With Une and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. He's like, whatever. Rambros. I wish I could fly here. I know it's only like 2 seconds away, but still. Hello, Biggs. Hello, Wedge. Well, if it isn't Malkazer, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends with the students, you say? Excellent. It's been slow going, or rather no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Look at that door. Cool. Ah, some old faces that live the spirits and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Une and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alleg, sent here by our friends of Baldessian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attires ought to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. Because that's, we go by looks here, Sid. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rides the circus tower, the principal spire of the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is we can't get it open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magic cannon. Nothing so much put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective as a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it, a man and a woman respectant. Elegant royalty by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. Some nods. Here we go. Look at his face. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hands. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. Seven hells. What is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Beg pardon for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald. And so I've been roaming in this land of Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest adventure. It sounded positively fascinating, so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts. But I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these two odd characters. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Alleg's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these two are descended from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave your kind. Is that not so? Twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wish to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. We will give him cake. We just open the tower, we're going to walk away. Seven hells. Do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland. You know me better to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Allegan tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. Look forward to working together, old friend. Hey, right next to it. That's good. If you're ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader Rambrose may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you, even though we succeeded. As you have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldesion. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Allegan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created, and more specifically, what it is that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Allegan history. Pray bear with us. The Allegan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as a symbol of Allegan pride. Parents took their children there, that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alleg to greatness. Amon was his name, and we believe that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father, you cannot mean Emperor Xande. None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Une and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Allegan emperors named Xande. It is commonly believed that the second was the name of the first, or the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike, to think that two were in fact one and the same. Xande returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more, and true to Amon's prediction, the emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Xande turned his sights toward a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness his power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Nero's just smiling. Darkness, again. Seven hells. What is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for power? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Xande is very much alive. Within Circus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Alleghant Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Xande's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed into a deep slumber. In that state, they were to remain until time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia laying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the 7th umbral calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Xande awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. "'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Xande's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesakes, the true Une and Doga." Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action. Concluding that we alone could not overcome Xande, we struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. It is no ordinary man who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Malcheser Earthbiter, we are confident that we can end Xande's dark ambition once and for all. Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew the students of Baldesion among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Malcheser? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it. Let's do this. You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Alleghant's Empire dark past laid to rest. It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of Alleghant civilization, but what worth is that knowledge if that means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the Tower secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Une and Doga, living, breathing Allagans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day, even though we just opened it. Malcheser, as you did for us with the Labyrinth of the Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Xande himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then. Sid stopping Nero in the background there. What? Wait, there's something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean... You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Alleghant Eye, you called it, but to us is the royal eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. All right, can we do this? My apologies if I haven't given you cause to worry, or if I have given you cause to worry. I'm quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. The circus tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Xande himself included. This will afford us a chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. Circus tower unlocked. Oh, here we go. I have access to the... I do have an Alliance raid roulette now. So I have another roulette. It's beautiful, but I want to do this one specifically. I think I got to get more poetics for doing this. Alright, well, while this is waiting, I'm going to go ahead and do some research on the fights. That way I'm not walking in blind. The first boss has 2 phases. The boss will spawn staves throughout the fight, which cast an annoying centered AoE around themselves. Because the AoE is donut-shaped, it is perfectly safe to be right next to it. 3 distinct pillars of lightning are found in the boss arena. They will be needed for the intermission phase. Assign each group a pillar. This is general stuff. Random DPS and heals will be marked by to be followed by balls of elemental energy. You'll have to deal with this mechanic throughout the fight. Lightning balls need to be run into one of the lightning pillars. Do not step into the ice puddles because it will freeze you. The flame ball will chase a target and detonate for about 15 seconds. It can be used to thaw frozen targets. Will leave behind a patch of water, which confers very high fire resistance, but will spread the freeze effect of an ice ball if it detonates inside the puddle. So it's a lot of things to pay attention to. At phase 2, and to go to phase 2, they cast Daybreak, which petrifies everyone in the room for 30 seconds. If your lightning pillars are not fully charged, everyone is petrified, which can lead to a wipe. It is the same mechanic as Ancient Flare of the last boss. Each group must stack on a platform energized by lightning orbs, which is the shield that blocks Daybreak cast. If the stacking is not done properly, then the shield fails. In phase 2, the adds will spawn, have the off-tanks pick them up, and DPS kill them. The ice balls and flame balls continue to spawn. The lightning orbs no longer spawn. The seal will now cast Ancient Flare at regular intervals and has long cast time, meaning everyone should see it coming. To handle this mechanic, stand in the puddles of water created by the thawed orbs, which confer high fire resistance. It will evaporate the water and hit you for around 400 damage, which is highly preferable for being to 4K if you lack the resistance. Overall, this fight is extremely hectic. Yeah, this raid has 4 fights as well. Oof. Fight 2. Occurs at a bigger circular platform. You'll want to tank them in the middle. The usual ground target AoEs appear here. Can be dodged easily. They also summon adds. Clockwork Whites can be killed easily. Will form a line to the boss and either draw power from him or give him power. A DPS or healer needs to stand in the small shaded area next to the ad and intercept the line. This stuns the player but allows the ad to be killed. The boss's main attack is an odd zone. It hits the area midway out from him, sparing those next to him and those far away. Clockwork Spires will spawn. These ads will spawn 6 energy nodes that cause the boss to reflect all magical and physical damage. As long as they are connected to him, the Clockwork Man can intercept these power lines and should, as they cannot be brought below 1 health until they are connected to power lines. After a set amount of time, the intermission phase occurs. Note that the phase can be skipped if the DPS is high enough. The boss will return to the center of the stage, and if all 3 squires are connected and killed, it will activate the 3 dormant teleportation pads. He also begins to cast a spell, and the effect is simple. If you are still on the central platform, when it completes, you die. You'll be launched to the outer platform and use one of those. The group should, as a rule, stay together and kill the ad which appears on the platform. Then move to the next platform in the circle. Remember, the launch pads are one way only. Group A start, blah, blah, blah. The boss will occasionally bombard an outer platform with electricity, electrifying the platform and dealing heavy damage to anyone on it. So if the ground beneath you lights up, move. Easy. This is all from FinalFantasy14.consolegameswiki.com, by the way. Anyone knows where I'm getting this information. The third boss should be tanked in the center of an opera house. He has 3 main spells. Blizzard is a AoE centered on Emon that does large damage plus heavy, so it slows you. Thunder is cast on a patch of ground near random players and can overlap for massive damage and leaves an electrocution dot if hit. And Fire is a raid-wide blast, but not as damaging as the other 2. His Cleave is extremely damaging, but no one but the tank should ever be in front of him. Ads will spawn from the corners and march toward the boss. If they reach him, they will cast raid-wide debuffs, either pacification or silence. Best way to kill them is to stun them and just burn them down. He will also spawn purple orbs, which will tether to random players and cast mini on them. At this time, strong ads called Kumkums will spawn, which should be grabbed by the off-tanks. They can be shrunk by the orbs, making them much easier to kill. If not successful at shrinking anyone, the orbs will eventually fade on their own. He also has an attack which adds a bomb to a player. The player will detonate repeatedly for small damage plus knockback. This can be removed and should be done as soon as possible. Occasionally, he will freeze 3 random players, 1 from each group, and 1 person from each group will also be turned into a flame toad and have no command except Flame Breath. Flame Breath can be used to unfreeze people encased in blocks of ice. Another enemy will spawn at the same time the Flame Toad debuff occurs. These each will pick a toad target and chase them, and the damage needs to kill them quickly. If they reach the toad, they will aggro them and deal heavy damage. Even if the player changes back, they will still attack them for huge damage if not killed. Eventually, he will encase 3 people at random in blocks of ice, and you'll begin to cast Curtain Call. Hide behind the frozen people in the Curtain Call, like King Behemoth, to not be killed. Okay, let's see if we can get in. That was just the first 3 bosses. We might be able to just burn them down even if some people fail. Come on, 1 more DPS. I'm on. Really? Well, Well, it should be at top of the list because I was just, yeah, that's more like it. Commence. Let's see. Let's see. Really? It's always one person, right? Always one. Sorry, I'm trying to set up my guide here on the right. That way, if I need it, I can look at it while we're going. Here we go. Circus Tower. Yeah, I'm in Team B again. Only 50 Alligans tombstones for completion because of a new person. I think I only get like 100 anyway for beating it. But if you do it as a part of the roulettes, then you get more. I don't know if I get experience for this, but just in case. It feels like, looks like I'm lagging a little bit. Oh, it's a bunch of enemies. There's probably like actual ways to take this down, but everyone just burns him. At least we have a paladin, a dark knight, and a warrior here. Doesn't really matter. We all go to the same spot. Alright, here's the first boss, Scylla, which is the one that has the weird elemental balls and the 3 lightning towers. So I'm obviously not main tanking. Yep. Hopefully the... Nice. And there are the staves. Alright, well, which one are we going to? I'm not even close. So I'm looking for the ability called Daybreak. It's Ancient Flare. Apparently I need to stand in the water for that, but it didn't do enough damage as it was anyway, so... Looks like this boss we can just burn it. And done. This upcoming boss has a bunch of these clockwork guys. It seems like we should be going in here 3 tanks, one for each one of these Asherons. Cool. Oh, Une's clone now. I'm fighting the people that we're supposed to be helping. Oh no! There we go. The braid, is that what this is called? The braid is no longer sealed. He's already down about 25%. So many dots on him. Look at them all. They were invulnerable, so I can't stop them. Well, this boss is a lot easier than the guide let on. How's it going? Off going? Clever. Nice. Well, I'm doing the Crystal Tower raids because I heard a while ago, and other people have confirmed that even though they aren't part of like the main story, after a certain point before you get into Heavensward, you are going to be required to do them. So I was like, oh, let's get them out of the way then. They are pretty fun though. The story's pretty good too, even though it's not like, again, part of the main story. Apparently it will be. Come on, Red Dragon, come down. Yeah, I'm not yet at the point in the main scenario quest where it's going to require me to do them, but if I get them done ahead of time, then when I get there, I can just move right on. I don't have to take a side jaunt in order to get these taken care of. Punch stuff. Alright, so this one... following I'm trying to keep a little guide up here so I know what to do, but it's not that easy. And last one, it's like I tried to remember a bunch of stuff, and it didn't even matter. We killed it so quickly. Yeah, we need to kill the ads, so I will join you in that. And then the Kumkums, or whatever they are. Have you done any research into what it'll take to do this? Or like you looked ahead and say, okay, I need to... Because the one guide that I look at, just to keep an eye on how far I am through the storyline, it doesn't mention this at all. Even with the updated stuff where they actually made it required. Which is why I was like, is it actually required or not? And I kept reading it was. So, and then I got to a point in the storyline where it says, eventually it will be required. Oof. Keep summoning tons of ads. Come on. Oh, I can't tank him. Okay. Yeah, you're still doing the main scenario quest. You'll get to a point where it says that the Crystal Tower quest will eventually be required. They aren't yet required. But they will be. Like they are required eventually. You're not at the point where it's going to be an issue. If you just got that far. But eventually you'll get to the point where if you don't do these, then the game will be like, hey, you haven't done these yet, so you're stuck until you do. Oh, yeah. You're level 50, but I see. But your main scenario quests are around 38, yeah. When you get to main scenario quest, when you get past the main storyline, and you get to like a few quests in, maybe 10 or 12, something like that. We fought valiantly, mortals, but to no avail. But someone already started the fight. That's fine. But anyway, it'll get to the point where you're going to have to do these. So if you do them ahead of time, like I said, you'll already be prepared. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Soon it will be unleashed, and all shall... Aw. I hate when they start the fight when someone's already in a... Oops. Yeah, they're teleporting in because they just started the fight. Some people are so impatient. Whoa, where am I going? Why am I... Why was I going backwards? That was weird. Maybe there's a mechanic I didn't look at. What's he doing up there? Even the stars will bend to my will. We got to destroy all the circles, including the one in the middle for the Starfall circle. But are you enjoying it so far? Even though you're level 50 and level 38, like as far as you are having a good time? Yeah, it's a good time. Like I said, these are the original A Realm Reborn 24-man raids. Yeah, unfortunately, unless you like hit dungeons a lot or you have a crafter or you can craft it yourself, it's going to be a bit. What you should be able to, because you're level 50, you should be able to get your gear, your class gear. What class are you again? Paladin, yeah, so this gear right here, the Valor gear, the level 45 and level 50 quests for Paladin give you the Gallant gear. And when you finish the level 50 class quest, you also get the coffer that when you open it gives you the Valor gear, which is a much stronger version. Nice. So the second part of the raid is done. But beyond that, the only way to get better gear is to get to level 50 dungeons and stuff, because then you get tomestones of poetics, which you can spend on much better gear. And it'll also give you access to, when you get level 50, it'll give you access to your Zodiac weapon, which I have like the second or third step right here. It's better, way better than what I had at the time. And look at that wind-up knight. Mon's hat, read on that, and I'll take that though. Did someone else get the pet? Yep, someone else got the pet. So it's going to be a while before you start getting like really good gear. Like I said, you need to get to at least the main scenarios of level 50, or at least the dungeons that are on level 50, in order to get the tomestones, which are the currency to purchase the Ironworks and the augmented Ironworks gear, which is, I'm starting to get some. I have all my rings. Yeah. I got my rings and I got my... ooh, Malkazair, story time. You did it. You defeated Emperor Zandi. Emperors may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we'd hoped for, Malkazair Earthbiter. With Emperor Zandi now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. The choice of method is yours to make. Before we proceed, however, Doga and I must needs attend to a task. That distortion, what is it? The power that Xande sought to obtain comes from the void. The world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power is none other than the armies of Voidsent. Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Xande entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Une and I believe that we can annul it. By his blood, Xande sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Doga, finally, we may fulfill our purpose. She has a very deep voice. Oh, Nero. Crazy man. Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment, but my readings are not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? Keep closing it. The covenant is everlasting. Look how big he is. And so Mericidia was brought into the fold. Soon all the world shall be united under Allagan rule. And yet with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid, an endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Reminds me of Seymour. Alcazar, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Not now, damn it. Sid's pretty cool. Where's your giant hammer? Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Savior Japes Garland, I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them, a void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! Confounded. Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine. Hero. So you get, Nero. You done goofed. The Covenant shall be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Damn it, the rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let's return to the Find and consult Rambros. Why, thank you. I do have my moments. It's always funny when I do the voice of, like, Minfilia. Hey, guys. Alright. So now I gotta go back to... Ooh, while I'm doing this, let's extract some materia. Did you ever get the materia extraction? Did you ever go out of your way to get that? Because if not, I would definitely suggest it. Five out of 6. I might have enough to get another piece. Did you go get the materia extraction? There's a little shiny button over here. You have to go do one of the blue quests to earn. Because if you have not, I would definitely suggest you do so. So I know where it starts. It's over in... Oh, someone's doing a fight. Here, let me pull it up on a map. It's going to be in Thanalan. So here's Blackbrush Station, right? Up here at the bonfire, there's a Materia Master. They have a couple blue quests. One I can't do yet because I don't have a crafter. But the other one, you complete it, and it gives you the ability to convert a piece of gear with 100% spirit bond. It'll take that spirit bond, and it will convert it into materia, which is essentially the slotted. Like, I have all these materia right now, and I have more on the Chocobo saddlebag. I don't have anything to slot anything into right now. I don't think... Yeah, no slots. Because I don't think these have slots. But that's how you get the materia in order to essentially upgrade your gear. Now, the one quest I can't do right now for the crafting one, it gives you the ability to put materia in yourself. Otherwise, you have to go either find a materia master, which is an NPC you can pay to do it for you, or you can find a crafting like buddy to do it for you as well. All right, Rambros. All that's happened within the tower, gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exist myriad kinds of void sent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. 'Twould seem that Xande sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what this void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we can't abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. Though the void scent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friends are still alive. Damn it, I feel so hopeless, or helpless. No, I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Une. We share the same eye, 'tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them fulfill their mission, a mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years, and besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xande's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Graha, ever since meeting Une and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Alec. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I'm with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Une and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Une are our comrades. We cannot fail them. I shall consult experts and literature both. I swear to leave no stone unturned. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them, Alcazar. Mark my words. Complete. You are banned, a Yoda bear. That would be nice, but I'm not going to worry about it now. I'm going to go see if I can buy another piece of Ironworks gear, and then I'll come back. Like how they say, like, it may be a while before you can do the next one. Again, that was because they time-gated things, so you had to wait for the next chunk of content to come out. But now everything's out, so I can just walk right in. But I'm going to go see if I can get another piece. I have 506 poetics. Come on. There we go. Jeez. Okay. So I have all the accessories. 506. So yes, I can buy. Let's see. I already have the belt. And I have the helmet. I can get the feet for 345. Or I can get the hands for 345. It doesn't really matter. I'll do the feet. Alright, so now that gave me another large chunk of health because it's so much stronger than what I had. Let's repair. Alright, perfect. So I now have 161 tomestones of poetics, which is not enough to buy another piece. So let's go ahead and move on. We have one more to do. Regret Choice. Nice name. Hey, Rambrose. The World of Darkness. Malkazair, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Une, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Inquisitor Zande. But you, Malkazair, you ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with a terrible void set known as a Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Une labored to annul this contract, the entity reached the rift and dragged the pair of them and Nero out of our realm. Okay, so what I was talking about was the materia extraction. So when you get 100% spirit bond with a piece of gear, if you ever notice that, it stops counting, of course, because you have 100% spirit bond. If you have learned how to do materia extraction, you can convert that 100% spirit bond into a materia piece, and it'll go back down to 0 in order for you to spirit bond with that piece of gear again. And the materia, I don't know if you've dealt with that yet in this game, but the materia are essentially the items you put into the open slots of pieces of gear you find. Now, the gear that I'm getting now doesn't have any slots, but there will be pieces that you get later that will have several, 3 or 4 sometimes, to be like, hey, I want to put more determination, I want to put more mind, I want to put more vitality, whatever you want. It's essentially the gemming of this game. So Google it. I think it's the Materia Master. It's near Blackbrush Station is where you get the quest. Now once you have the quest, you can, and you turn it in, now you can actually extract the materia, but you cannot actually put it on a piece of gear, which is called melding in this game. You can't meld the materia yourself unless you do another quest, which requires you to have a certain level of crafter. If you don't have a crafter, then you can pay an NPC to meld materia for you, or if you have a buddy in game who has the skills to do it, I believe they can do it for you as well. So that's what it is materia melding. So if you don't have the ability to extract the materia, then definitely look into what it takes to get it. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Une, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Xanda's orders and collects energy to open another void gate as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Une and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those of the royal blood of Alleg. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this is not always so vexatious according to the Allegan tombstone Nero presented us. During the golden age of Alleg, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't had such a technology, Amon and his underlings would never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which a cloud of darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Xanda's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice. But then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like the one that destroyed Alec. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. Well, I'm glad I can teach you something. I do know quite a bit about this game. I don't know everything. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this could be to our benefit. We can use Circus's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. Let's do this. Yeah. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild well versed in otherworldly matters, and with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Alcazar, just the man we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready. Though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the Ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll lead Biggs and Wedge of the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Malcazar. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Nod, 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 nod. Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? There's a nod. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this game has quite a bit to do. Like, the other day when I was just going through a bunch of side things that I hadn't done yet, I unlocked such things as the challenge log, which is if you're constantly playing, complete 5 dungeons, like I did that today, gives you an extra chunk of experience. Complete 3 dungeons via roulette, another chunk of experience. Vote 5 times in combination. Defeat enemies with your chocobo. So then there's PvP, then there's fates, leave quests, crafting a gathering, beast tribes. There's tons of things to do. These usually you don't go out of your way to get. You usually get them while you're doing other things anyway. So it's just another thing to unlock that helps you level up and get more money and things quicker. Which there's no problem with that. Come on. Yuka Akane. It's Wedge. Malcazar, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Emperor Zandi's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Aleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allegan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zandi and his ambition. There were those who tried. Zandi's War of Dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Aleg. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Aleg's heart for the kill, Zandi lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zandi desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into Circus Tower at once. The act bore terrible consequences. The tower only withstood the blast by flooding the land below with energy. Circus was swallowed by the very earth upon which it once stood. The fourth honorable calamity. I had learned of its cause through Une and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zandi to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Graha. Why, a man could study for 2 lifetimes and only learn half of what you know. Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open up that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrias. So just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone step away from the throne. All right, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. A rift to the world of darkness, as Une called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the meat just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the dark realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the void gate stays open. As will the sons of St. Quenic. This rift is our sole path through our salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Malchazar. My friend, 'tis a heavy burden I must ask you with, but there is none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. Yeah. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. Might I have a moment of your time, Alexander? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Alright, Graha, there you are. Malkazer, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait only seen only amongst Allegan royalty. Long I had pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted. But what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow, meeting those two clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient, but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the self-same ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alec. Mayhap what I wish to remember and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through the very end with mine own two eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. Okay. Let's do it. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture into the world of darkness. Save our comrades and our realm. Alright, and here is the final of the 3 Crystal Tower raids. Let us get into the queue. Hopefully this one won't take too long, but in the meantime, I'll be reading up on some strategies here. So the first boss has an ability called Double Vision, a floor covering AoE that is split into red and white, which gives a stacking debuff depending what color you're standing on. The stacks will reset to 1 if you alternate which color you stand on when it hits. If you get 2 stacks, you take 2.5k damage. If you get 3 stacks, you will die. When he casts Mortal Gaze, anyone looking in his direction will receive a Doom debuff that kills you in 10 seconds. Stand on one of the 4 circular platforms that is lit up to remove the debuff. That sounds a lot like the Sunken Temple of Karn boss. You can also turn away from the boss when he casts the ability to completely avoid the Doom debuff. Yep, one of the handy things about one of those gaze mechanics is if you see the eye when they're casting it, you don't necessarily have to get out of the AoE, you just need to turn away. Next ability is called Roulette, signified by a finger and a cone that rotates clockwise around the room. Occurs when the 4 final hourglass spawn at the outer edge of the room. Kill the 4 final hourglass one by one. To avoid being killed, do not stand in the corner that is lit up when the last final hourglass dies. As long as all 4 of them die, you will be able to run out of that section if you happen to be in it. Ability called Level 100 Flare. A red ball spawns on a player and a red circle appears on the ground. This ability tethers several players to 1. You need to run out of the circle and to cancel the ability. Players in the red circle will take massive damage if the total number of players in the circle is an even number. Level 150 Doom. A purple ball spawns on a player and a purple circle appears on the ground. This ability tethers several players to 1 player. You need to run out of the circle to cancel the ability. Players in the purple circle will all die if the total number of players in the circle is a multiple of 3. Math. Of course, kill all the ads and avoid other AoEs. It's pretty straightforward. Second boss has an ability called Ice Floor. It expands if it hits a player. When you see a white circular swirl on the ground, run away or it'll get bigger. He will summon poison slimes that need to be killed to stop them from joining together and casting silence on the entire raid. Killing them causes them to burst into poison resistance buffs. Wherever the slime spawn, there will be a puddle of slime left over. At least 1 player needs to stand in the puddle to prevent more slimes from spawning and turning into a toxic slime. When the boss channels Discordance, you have to kill the 5 extra heads that appear or the raid will wipe. The boss could use this multiple times, so stay on your toes if your DPS is slow, which it is not. The boss will occasionally mark a player with a white curved ball. When this happens, a small number of players, usually 3 to 5, need to stack on this player to split the damage. If this does not happen, the player will receive 9999 damage. When you see prominence, red circles spawn on the ground, followed by red or white balls. Kill the balls as soon as possible, or they explode and deal damage. There is a red bird tether that attaches to a player and inflicts a debuff. The player needs to run and touch another player before the debuff kills them. Heat Wave is a raid-wide attack used when the boss is low. For 5 seconds, every action you make will deal 500 damage, so you need to stop attacking. And that's just the second boss. A third boss. When the boss becomes unchained and starts thrashing, a group of players needs to execute the following in order. Stand next to the gastric orb mob to get hit by Mini and shrink to a small size. Stand in the purple goo to get eaten by the boss. Once inside, kill the adds on the wall in his stomach. When the adds are dead, he will stop thrashing and will slump to the ground in pain. Groups outside the stomach need to use 2 tethers to rechain him while he is weakened. Both tethers need to be reattached to each of the open fetters on his sides by interacting with them. If his belly adds are not killed or he is not rechained, he gets a haste damage buff and it will stack out of control and wipe the raid. So there are 2 strategies that usually are good for handling the mechanic. Alliance A should pull and kill the adds. Wolfsbane, which are quite dangerous, have not tanked because their attack is a large cleave poison. Alliance B should go into Cerebric's stomach. Alliance C should tank Cerebrus and focus on rechaining Cerebrus while he is weakened. Or all DPS should get swallowed to burn down the stomach adds as quickly as possible. Only one healer joins them so they don't die. Due to the gear creep, the DPS rush is far more common these days, but just make sure your alliance is on the same page and you should have no trouble. He does have a tail swipe that hits players behind him in a cone, and he has an ability called Ululation as a roar that causes players who are not around other players to become feared for 15 seconds. Stay near your party members to avoid the effect. And the last boss. To mind you, I'll not remember most of this stuff when we actually get to the boss. So the last boss targets the tank with powerful auto attack that deals damage over time, so keep the tank healed. A random player will get targeted with red crosshairs. After a few seconds, blasts will start chasing after the player at running speed, damaging anybody nearby. Each blast adds up a vulnerability up debuff that kills you quickly if you stop moving. The player targeted should run towards the outside edge of the arena, away from all other players. Anytime she moves around the ring, the boss fires a massive laser through the center of the arena. When she disappears, immediately move to the sides. This attack will give you a vulnerability debuff. Throughout the fight, she will spawn comets on yellow circle markers. At least one person should stand in each one before the comet reaches the ground or the raid suffers moderate damage. The person in the comet area will take a small hit. Mid-fight, the floor of the arena will light up and the cloud and storm adds will start spawning. Kill them before they get too close to the boss to eat them, or she'll wipe you if she eats enough. The clouds can be affected by heavy, but not by bind. If anyone stands between the clouds and the boss, it will add the heavy effect to them. After the cloud phase is done, she will do a raid-wide attack. After that, she will spawn 3 clouds in a triangle formation. These clouds have a box-shaped outline around them and cannot be damaged outside the box after a few seconds. So move into one of the boxes and kill the clouds. Every group should have their own cloud, and these should be marked ahead of time. If your damage is too low, worm adds will spawn around the area before the cloud phase. Hitting them once or twice causes them to disappear. The worm adds many debuffs, kind of like the Warball's bad breath, to anyone standing too close to them. Stay away and let the ranged DPS handle them. Cool, so I get to try to remember, especially the first one with the math. Players in the red circle will take massive damage if total number of players in the circle is an even number. So if there's 4 players, everyone takes massive damage. Well, that's no good. Escape your boy. Some of these names are just silly. I like finding silly names. Huh. Like down here. Tater tots. Tater tots. Ha ha ha. Clever. I can't jump off. So we should be getting pretty close to a group here. Especially since a lot of people do the alliance roulettes for the experience and the tombstones. Shouldn't be that hard. That and a lot of people need to do these now to even continue with the main story. So, like I said, I was curious as to why they don't affect it or change it so that you have to do all of it. Like, we don't have to do the Bahamut raids. And then when you get to Heavensward at the end of that, you don't have to do the Alexander raids. You don't have to do the, what do they call those? The Void Ark raids? I don't remember. Because at least every expansion so far has had the series of three 24-man dungeons. They're all kind of related to each other story-wise. And then they had the number of 8-man raids as well. I didn't know I leveled up. They do not automatically stack, so you have to do it manually. Unfortunately. I think they're all stacked now. Nope. All right. Come on. We're almost at the average wait time. High Lord Who Bears. Very exciting. All this waiting around. The high potion of strength looks pretty nice. 15 seconds, you have 16% extra strength. Well, it's a lot weaker than what I have now. We know it still has a maximum on it, up to 27. Like that's one of the things that if you get into hardcore raiding, you have to make sure you have all the best gear you can get. You have to make sure you have the best material that goes in them. You have to make sure you have the best food for your role, and you have to make sure that you have the best potions. So obviously this one would be too weak if I was doing, if this was like end game content level 50 stuff, this would still be too weak. I would need to either craft or purchase from the market board the ones that actually matter to me. There we go. I was going to say, look at these gear. 520, 520. That's endgame stuff right there. All right. Here we go. Let's hope that it goes in the first time. One more DPS. Come on. Let's see if we can get this the first try. The last two raids we couldn't do it. There we go. What's going on here? Sure, it's taking a while to load. World of Darkness. Marrow drain. Ugh. That sounds painful. Okay. Oh. Definitely got a white mage in there throwing a bunch of holies out. The eye is no longer sealed. Nice. Now we got the Peloton going so we can move a little bit faster. Wormhole generator. First boss. Okay, so when he whips out those. Really? I wasn't even in there. Didn't even notice I had Doom. Ugh. Yeah, no worries. I'll catch you later, off going. Full gaze, turn around. Cool, turned around. So now I do not have Doom. I do like nothing to him. There we go. One down. Sphere of the Voiceless. That sounds like a horrible location. Weather is clear skies, fair skies. Someone's like, I never noticed that. Wouldn't expect you to. Kill all the forbidden gates. A treasure coffer appears. Zandy's clone. And 4. You know we had Thor in here. This is when I have to worry about the slimes and the ice floor. Alright, well I guess we're going. Oh, that was the red bird tether. Apparently it was a dragonfly. Kill the heads. Don't touch the ice thing. So this is fairly straightforward. Either that or a lot of people that know what they're doing, like I said, and just handle their job, and I'm like over here just like, oh, I'll poke the boss. You guys have so much health. And I know why. They have all these encounters they want you to do, and they don't want you to like do them in 2 seconds. And he is done. This place is very shiny. Very bright. I am devoured. Just knocking me off, please. Kind of ridiculous. Alright. So I need to He'll spit an adult called gastric juice. We need to stand here to get shrunk, and then he'll eat us. Yep. I'm marked. He didn't swallow me. There we go, dang. And he's spitting us out. Cool. Can you do your thing, please? I think you lose. Oh, I'm lagging too. Lagging pretty hardcore out of nowhere. Dead. Someone didn't chain him. Okay, well, wipe. As to be expected. So the same plan. My team's going to get stuck next to the gastric goo and then step into the purple AoE in order to get eaten. We'll go inside, destroy it from the inside. While Team C, we're working on rechaining him after we break or after he spits us out. And Team A, of course, takes down the ads. Alright, where are you, gastric juice? Did you not get it? There we go. Here we go. Alright, and we're done with that part. So now C needs to rechain him. All the meanwhile, we're going to beat him up. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, he went all crazy. He enraged because we did not chain him down. Here we go. Kaboom! So he broke his chains again, it looks like. But at least he's not enraging this time. And success! One more boss. And then we are done with these 3 raids. And everyone watching shall know the full story of the Crystal Tower raids. Someone's going to be like, oh, here we go. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm of light. You have not stumbled upon this realm. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will sink lifeless into the void. There we go. If you get a target on you, keep running. It's a continuous attack. Now that's the one, yeah. This is the last boss of this raid. Just a giant cloud with a body sticking out of it. To make sure none of these get to the boss. With their face. Seems pretty easy so far. And finished. Success. All right, let's see what we have to roll on here. Loot. That I'm going to definitely need on the Puff of Darkness. Got a low roll. That's awesome. Somebody really going to wait and see if people just don't roll? I'm pretty patient, so I'll wait. Okay, got that. Somebody else got the... Yep. Everything's been rolled on. I'm going to extract these real quick before we continue. We'll leave the duty. Yeah, I got one commendation. Pretty sweet. Where in the seven halls are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga, Une, can you hear me? Nero? Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank the 12. Are you all right? As all right as can be expected, Une is simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds are too deep, and allowed his foul place entry to his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Xanda's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allegan royalty. The same blood that sealed his contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void sent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and still we couldn't let harm befall you here. Nevertheless, you saved them. Oh, where? Une, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they then? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me, and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we have to fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Xanda's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Malkazer, Graha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Xanda's blood. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Graha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Allag that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allagan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like you to recognize you as Allagan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allagan presence within you. This is our gift to you, but that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by the fate to Allag. Our part in the journey is to bury Xanda's dark ambitions in the past. This is the true Une and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. Come on, man, take it. We put our serious faces away for a second. 2 red eyes. All right. You must leave us as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doge, Una, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Malcazar, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. No, you shall not escape us. Here, Xanda's bloodstained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! All of a sudden, he's slow. Nero, no, you must move. Leave me. I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Aleg. I am Nero Toskeva, the man who will yet outdo Aleg and Garland. That was what you hoped to. May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you. Later, Nero. Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did those damn clones did it after all? Now onwards. Ah! You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. You are returned unharmed, thank the gods. Then that void gate started to close. I never felt so powerless in all my life. We were running about like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in. But if you're all set... But where are Une and Doga? They're not... Explain. I see. I'll miss the two of them dearly, but I'm happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the crystal tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Une and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the crystal tower. Raha, yes, I can see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambrose, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Malchazar both emerged from long battle. Look at Nero's face. He's like, don't seal it. Dang it. Of course, you have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell, and repair to St. Quinix's find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Malchazar. Would that I could have been more of use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Une's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to do? Yes, something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Malchazar. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish hidden for millennia and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now finally, 'tis my time to see it realized. Alrighty, so we're going to go ahead and return to St. Quinix. Turn this in. I don't think I got enough. I don't think I did. I'll check. Get another piece. The nice thing is I'm not really going out of my way to farm these poetics, and I'm getting enough to get several of the pieces of the augmented gear, which is the best stuff in the original game. And it'll hold me over for quite a while. Hey, Rambrose. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Malchazar, and with that, the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Allagans. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there's something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allagan eye that runs in Graha's line does mean that royal blood flows in his veins. And I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology, but who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all that this was fate, from discovering the tower to Graha gaining Une and Doga's blood. Has Graha said nothing? For that matter, where is Graha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he's vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being, though he is still Nero. Malchazar, you say Graha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambrose! Master Rambrose! This Grahatia, sir, he came to the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? Because he's going to seal it, maybe? I do not know, sir, but he's quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well, let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Malgazar, please come with me. No doubt Graha means to seal the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Did he need to really tell you? I mean, he's doing what you want, so... Seems kind of weird you're like surprised. What? He's doing it? What in the world was Grahatia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but he'll be honest with you, sir. I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Graha. I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Une and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth was always lain in with Allag. Or rather, 'twas there the wish that I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Xanda's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Allag, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land and pray that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Allag's royalty to outlive the empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used to be the very best of Allag's technology to give her blood and memories to whom she trusted most. That man was my forebear. For millennia we waited. Allag's art and ingenuity fade. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Allag's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hell, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone someday to reach the same heights as Allag, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amma did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that. I am deadly serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Allag in knowledge. I will slumber within the circus tower until then to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish these things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all that lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be a witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Malchezair. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. We can still do research in the labyrinth, I guess. Yada yada yada. Ba 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 ba. Nod nod. Yay. Yeah. Where's your armor, Nero? Where do you keep it? Crystal Tower slumbers again, then. 'Tis too quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. That seemed a waste, but okay. A new dawn has come for me. I have to go all the way back to St. Quentin's. I remember that one time that like teleported me. That was so nice. You have just missaid, Malchezair. There is much that needs his attention, if he is to fulfill Graha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Quentin's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future lit by Gra's beacon. Sealing the tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Out of the dark. Looks like they're going to be doing maintenance in like 2 seconds. What is this one? Oh, they explain that's like, speak with her. You can accept a quest that allows you to trade items obtained by repeated crystal. Okay. Worry about that another time. I'm going to see if I can get over here before they shut down the servers. Go, go, go. Really? Oh, we'll be performed to all worlds from 6 p.m. Okay, so I'm good then. Alright, so I have 311. So I cannot afford another one. I need 345 to get the gloves. No big deal. But I am going to go ahead and end the stream here. You did see in this episode the entirety of the Crystal Tower quest line. Hopefully everyone enjoyed it. I'll catch you all next time.